that I started last week. Is that music okay or is it too loud? Somebody let me know if you would, please. I gotta find this on YouTube so I can read my chat. Let's see. Nope, that's not it. Okay. Let's see if it's here. Oh my goodness. So anyhow, I'm going to be using most of the same colors that I was using last week. It's mostly browns and, golds and sandy colors. Okay, let's see if I can find it. There we go. Found it. Might get a little feedback, but I'm going to try to end it as soon as humanly possible, okay? Give me one moment. Un momento. There. No feedback at all. Look at there. Okay, I'm going to get started. Hey, Bone Tired, how are you tonight? Are you working, my dear? Ooh, yes, it's the map. It's the map, and I'm so excited to do some more work on it. I have not been able to work on it since last week. So here we are. Can you hear me okay, Denise? Can you see all of the map? I mean, at least right here where my hands are. Well, not as quickly as I wanted to, Jackie, but Puppy had to put some lights in the overhead in the kitchen because it's been out for like a week and he didn't think we had any light bulbs. And I said, well, yes, we do. They're right here on the shelf. Oh, I didn't know we had those. So there's that. Oh, you know what? I need to turn on the do not disturb on my phone because I'm not having any of that. There we go. Oh, goodness gracious. Y'all, I'm stuck. I just laid my whole bathrobe in the sticky stuff. I don't have any stinking sense today. That is what happens when you don't pay attention. Okay, number 31 is that. We're not doing that. I want to do the F's. So where are those? I think it's this one. 22. Nope, those are V's. This is 6F. All right, now I'm cooking with gas, y'all. I I put my sleeve down in the sticky part of this and I got stuck. Who all is here? Okay, it's Jackie. Oh, Judy, thank you so much for coming in. Um, where's my big one? There it is, right in front of my nose. Okay. I am really excited to work on this. I haven't opened it. I haven't even opened it since last week. So here we go. Maybe I can do this one for a little while tonight and get a whole lot accomplished. I don't want to use this blue goop because this blue goop is not as sticky as the pink. I think I told y'all that in the last week. It's not my favorite, but I don't know where the pink stuff is. I'm looking for it, but You know, you would think that I could at least keep my junk organized on this table. I don't think my poor family has been able to eat dinner at this table for months. I've got you running, but I'll be going to sleep. I'll see you tomorrow. Okay, Jackie, you sleep very well, my friend, and have a wonderful evening, or sweet dreams and all that, too. Y'all, that music seems awfully loud to me. Is it just me? It's kind of irritating me. I feel like I'm having to talk over it, and I don't like that. So, how's everybody been? I feel like I haven't been live in a while. I mean, I know I did my Monday night, but that was my crochet and stuff, and I haven't done a whole lot more on the blankets since then. I did do one whole other row, so now I've got 4 rows completed. Did anybody see my poll on my community page? I thought it was kind of funny. If you haven't, go answer the poll when you get a minute, because I've only had 7 people respond to it so far, and I'm kind of curious what more people might say, because y'all know that blanket is kind of I've got blanket fatigue, definitely. Okay, so the music is good. I close my eyes and I'm at the nail salon. Oh, that's awesome. That's so awesome. Should I start speaking Asian or Vietnamese, or I don't know how, so I'm out of luck there. You know that comedian that does that bit about the nail salon? She is absolutely hilarious. I know it's a little politically incorrect, but good God, funny is funny. You know what I mean? Funny is just funny. Hey again, Jane Doe. Thank you for coming over. Lydia, hi. Oh, this is so fun. Thank you all so much. I'm trying so hard to reboot my channel because y'all know I took such a long hiatus from YouTube. It was, I mean, I would show up now and then, but it was almost a whole 2 years that I didn't make videos, and I didn't do a lot of live streams. I would do one every 3 to 6 months, and I'm just trying to get things going again. And if you have a YouTube channel, please don't do that, because YouTube hates your guts when you do that. I even but I mean, I had a good reason for it. I have a special needs grandson, and he got his silly little fanny kicked out of preschool. So I had to watch him for almost a year and a half. And it was just exhausting, y'all. Now I know why my granny used to always say that having children is for young people. Because he just wore me out. Now, he's a good boy here. He didn't get kicked out of Granny's house. But he's really busy, and he was hard to communicate with because he doesn't communicate as well as most kids his age. Although he is getting better. He's been taking speech therapy for quite a long time. And I think it is either he's maturing and things are starting to kick in, or the speech therapy is really helping, and there's been some noticeable changes lately. I don't know if y'all saw my dragon slaying video with my grandson. but that's the one I'm talking about. And he was saying complete sentences to me in that video. And I know it was hard for people who aren't around him all the time to understand what he was saying. But because I'm around him a lot, of course, I could kind of translate. Hi there. Is it Alreza? Alreza? I'm sorry if I butchered your name. I apologize. Alaresa. Alaresa. That's a beautiful name. Truly. So anyhow, because of watching my grandson, I did have to take that break. It wasn't a break I wanted to take. But then last summer, when I stopped watching him, I didn't feel like YouTube wanted to hear from me. And I didn't feel like I had anything worthwhile to say. So it took me a while to decide what I wanted to do. I used to cook a lot on my channel, and also the gardening part. I mean, I don't think I'll ever quit doing gardening. But I really enjoy my crafting, and I don't think that anyone had ever really seen that side of me, and I just kind of wanted to share it. And I'm really enjoying it a lot. YouTube might not be enjoying it, but I am. And isn't that what YouTube's all about? Is getting on here and doing the things that you love to do. So I've decided that I'm not going to do what all those gurus and all those people say to do. As far as, just picking one thing and sticking with it. I'm sure that you could make a lot of money doing it that way. I've seen lots of channels that do. But I'm not in the market for a whole bunch of money. Would it be nice? Yes, but I don't really need it. If you need another mod, I can help you out. Lydia, that would be lovely. Thank you so much for offering. Here you go, my dear. Take yourself a wrench and enjoy. Not with them. You got boyfriend? Oh, she is so funny. It's Angela or Angela. Gosh, I can't remember her last name. I know she got married. You feel underdressed. Look, I got my bathrobe on. Nobody's underdressed here. I actually have my clothes on underneath my bathrobe. But my husband had the air conditioner on Meat Locker, and I needed to warm up. So that's why I have my bathrobe on. I can't wait for y'all to see the video that I'm going to do tomorrow, because Poppy and I have done quite a lot of work on the garden. I'm having to rebuild it, basically do a whole makeover due to those nasty termites. And I did a video last week and showed the disaster called my garden. And it was a mess, y'all. I had not mowed the yard. Nothing was weed eated. The whole garden was torn apart, and there was wood pieces everywhere, and just it looked like Sanford and Son lived in my backyard. And for those of you who are too young to know what Sanford and Son was, it was a show about a guy who owned a junkyard. and it was hilarious. Red Fox was the man, and he had a son named Lamont, and that was a funny show. Came on when I was a youngin', but that's what my backyard looked like. It looked like a junkyard. So I'm going to do a video tomorrow and update on all of the progress that we've made this week. And you're not going to believe it. Now, is the garden functional yet? Heck no. He sure would be blasted these days. Oh my gosh, Denise, you can hear the theme song in your head. Angela Johnson. He would be blasted, and like even that show, All in the Family with Archie Bunker and the Jeffersons. All of those shows would be blasted today. But it was a different time. And not that, I thought it was kind of funny that everybody made fun of everybody back then and could get away with it. It wasn't exclusive to one group or another. Hey, Izzy, taking your pain meds. Good. Maybe that'll make you feel better, my dear. Of course, pain meds kind of make me crazy. They make me clean the house. And I'm not used to doing that on the regular, so. And that's why I say they make me crazy. No, I haven't had to take any pain meds in a very long time, and I'm so grateful for that. The last time was when I got, I had a filling come out. And underneath that filling was a tooth that had cracked in half. And oh Lord, it hurt so bad. And I called my dentist and I said, help. And they couldn't see me for a couple of days. So he called me in a prescription for some antibiotics and some pain medicine. And oh God, I was so grateful, y'all. I don't think anything in the world is worse than a toothache. I think I'd rather have labor pains than a toothache. And I've had enough of them. I've got 7 children, so I know from whence I speak. Ooh, I need to clean my house. Throw me a pain pill. I know, right? Shoot, I got a neighbor that takes Adderall to clean her house. I told her she was foolish. She don't need to be messing with that stuff. But I'm not. I don't like taking medicine unless it's absolutely necessary. Some people just, they take it for recreational purposes, and that's just not the way I operate. In fact, I don't want to be nowhere around that mess. But that's just me. Let's see, what are we doing here? But anyhow, Poppy and I got the fence posts set up in the garden. And we got them. I just stained the last one right before Jackie's live stream. So we've got 12 fence posts stained up and ready to go. And tomorrow I'm going to be painting the cattle panels black. And then, well, my son just threw it on me tonight that he has a band concert tomorrow. So we were going to put the cattle panels up and screw them all, you don't really screw them. You use, what do you call those things? They're like U-shaped hooks. And they got nail ends on each end. They're real sharp, and you pound them into the fence post around one of the pieces of metal, and that secures your cattle panel to your post. So we were going to do that tomorrow evening when Poppy got home from work. But now, instead, tomorrow evening, we're going to go to a band concert and be entertained by the high school for probably an hour and a half. I think I'll be glad to go, though. I was a little irritated that it was thrown at me last minute. Um, but that's just the way my son does things. But it's been a long time since I've heard him play and heard the band play. You know, since the boy was at the alternative school for 45 days. He don't want to do that again, y'all. He told me he'd much rather prefer going to his normal classes and, you know, being around his friends and doing band and all that stuff he loves. And of course, he gets to see his girlfriend now. I was on Adderall, now on Vyvanse. I still don't want to clean my house. And it's prescribed. Oh, thank goodness. Thank goodness. You know, my son was on both of those as well. Up until about, well, at Christmas time, he told me, I am sick of taking this crap. It's not helping me. And I don't like the way it makes me feel. So we went back to his doctor in January, around the end of January. And I told her, I said, he has decided that he doesn't want to take this Adderall. The Vyvanse was too much. He got no sleep on Vyvanse because it was that extended release, and it was just too much for him. He has insomnia as it is, and he didn't need anything to add to it. So anyhow, they changed him to a non-stimulant, and he took it for 2 weeks, and it made him so dizzy he couldn't hardly stand up. He would have trouble standing up at school, at home, everywhere. He'd nearly fall over. So he said, I'm not taking any of it. I don't need it. I said, well, you kind of do. He said, don't worry, Mom, I'll figure it out. I said, okay, it's up to you. Well, come to find out, without having his ADD medicine, he has brought his grades up from failing all his classes to an A, a B, and 2 C's. And I'm happy for him. I don't know how he's done it. I guess maybe he just made up his mind to pay attention regardless of the fact that he has a hard time paying attention. But, you know, while he was at the alternative school, he really learned a few strategies to help him accomplish a lot of things that he was deficient in before, like staying on task and using the time that he has to accomplish what he needs to do. Each of their classes is an hour and 45 minutes at the high school, but at the alternative school, it was basically get on the computer, do the work your teacher assigns, and make sure you don't get behind. So he was really struggling with that, with the lack of structure. So I told him, I said, you know, you need to make a list, basically, and set it on your desk or a sticky note on your computer, and make yourself a schedule and stick to it. Keep watching the clock, you know. And he did that, and it started working out for him. So I'm happy about it. I ended up getting in bed early tonight. Well, good for you, honey. You lost way too much weight. Now both are Wait a minute, wait a minute. My boys couldn't tolerate the meds. You know, my son is 16 years old and only weighs 102 pounds. I don't know if it's from the medication or if it's just from, he eats like a bird anyway, even before the medication. But I told him the other day, he ate one taco for dinner. I said, that's all you're going to eat. Because I remember his sister, when she was his age, could put away about 12 tacos. And I said, it's not normal. You are not a normal teenage boy because normal teenage boys eat more than this. Okay, can y'all see me down here? Yeah, okay. The F's are down here, so I need to come this way. I'll be going back and forth. But I'm kind of proud of him for overcoming some of it. I mean, there might be a time where he has to use the medication again, maybe when he starts college, maybe different periods throughout his life, but for right now, he's doing okay. Is it close enough? Or is there too much? Oh, I don't like that. Here, let's move it down this way. Y'all, I'm going to be so proud of that garden when I'm done. And I can't wait for y'all to see it. I'm chomping at the bit to plant things. I've um I've used some grow bags and I planted one of them full of zinnias, actually two of them. And I planted some green onions in another one. And just yesterday I planted some lettuce. I took a chance on the lettuce, y'all. Down here in South Mississippi, lettuce doesn't usually do well when it starts to get hot. You know, it wants to go to seed. But I'm trying it anyway. So, um, I ended up getting in bed early. I'm losing weight either way. Both are now. I love that. Cody is still only 145 and Matt has thickened up. You know, sometimes it takes boys longer to fill out, so to speak. You know, my husband, when I met him, he was 27 years old and weighed 135 pounds. Well, then I introduced him to some good old fashioned Southern cooking, and within, I'd say, 6 months, he had gained 20 pounds. And now he's in his 50s. Here we are 24 years old later, 24 years later. And he's a little over 200 pounds. Now he doesn't look obese or anything like that. He's just got a dad bod, you know, little bit of tummy and but I think he looks the way he's supposed to look at his age. But the doctors keep telling him to lose 20 or 30 pounds. I told him, I said, you lose it if you want to. Oh, they'll both be 34 this year. Okay. How do I store my diamonds? You know what? I store them in these little baggies right here. And I only pull out a few at a time. Now, sometimes if I run out of these baggies, because you know, they don't always send you enough. Sometimes they send you zero. And then I buy these great value snack bags and I store them in here. But I always make sure that I put the bag they came in in the little Ziploc bag so that I know what number it is and I can just use my chart to match them up. I'm not fancy. I've seen all those diamond painters use all the different storage methods, and I don't have time for all that. The kitting up and the, getting everything ready. And it might make it easier. It might not. I don't know. But I live in a very small home, and I don't have a lot of room for extra stuff like that. My yarn takes up more space than it should, and I need to keep the rest of the stuff at a minimum. And that's why I only bring out one diamond painting at a time. And I finish it before I move on to something else. Unlike my crocheting. Now, when I crochet, like y'all know I'm doing that blanket, right? Well, since I got the squares made, I've made a shawl, and I've made a cardigan, and something else. I can't remember what else. My daughter's about to walk in the door, so if it gets loud, you'll know why. She just got off work. Oh, and she brought me some ice. Thank you, sweetheart.
You're so welcome.
You're the best.
I try.
I love you the most.
I love you too. If a dude calls me, that is his girlfriend.
Do what?
Not you, Mom.
Oh, are you talking to AB?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I got left at work,
What you mean you got left?
like, by myself to close,
What?
like, to sweep and mop.
Nobody was there but you?
No, they just didn't want to stay, and they said, is it okay if I go home? And I was like, you know what, go home.
Who's they?
You know who. So I was just kind of like, you know what, go home.
Don't ever do that again. You need to let Bill know that happened. I'll let him know if you don't.
Okay.
Y'all, did y'all hear that? Her coworker left her to close at the store by herself at night because she just wanted to go home. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. I'm about to have a come undone. Wait till my daughter finds out. My oldest daughter, is their boss. And I'm going to let her know that as soon as I get off of this live stream. I'm going to text her and tell her. That's insane. She's 19, but I don't think the young ladies should be left there alone to close up by themselves. Somebody needs to walk them out. Somebody needs to make sure they get in their car okay. Even if it's just another female, Yeah, I'm going to have to come apart. I call it a come undone, but you know what I mean. We mean exactly the same thing. That's all right. I'm not going to do it now. But somebody's about to get fired, I think. That'll be fun. This individual in question has been needing fired for probably 6 months. The individual in question, and I'm not going to name names because, but still, I wouldn't leave anybody besides men at night until 30. Exactly, Izzy. Exactly. These young girls should be protecting each other. I mean, at least making sure each other gets to the car safely. That's all I ask. Whatever happens after that, nobody could control. But, That's how things go wrong real quick. So I'm gonna have lots of fun with that. Men can do well, some can and some can't. Um, Men are just like women. Some of them are scrappy and some are not. But still, they could handle themselves if threatened. A girl, she's at their mercy. If it's a man that threatens her, she's at their mercy. Men can do, yeah. Well, I'm just glad she's home safe. That is a relief. Her daddy will never go to sleep until she walks in the house. I have. I've gone to sleep before she got here. But I think that's because I know he's up waiting for her. But I remember when I was a single mom, I spent many nights staying up waiting for my kids to come home. And I was very lucky because, for the most part, I didn't have trouble with kids, being late and scaring the daylights out of me or not showing up at all. I never did that. Of course, it might be because they understood mom's come aparts. I'm old school and I tended to rule with an iron fist. And not, I've never hit one of my children. I wouldn't do that. But I had other ways to hand out sentences. You're about to come apart with your doctor. Hey, Ian, how are you? How have you been? I haven't seen you in such a long time. I watch your videos when you post them, but I don't usually comment. I always think I'm going to go back and do it, and I don't. But I do watch them. Y'all, Ian plays piano and has a really fun channel. If you like music and anything to do with instruments and stuff like that. I forgot where you are, Ian. My neighbor does diamond art, and some of them are totally amazing. She puts them on her Facebook page. This is the biggest one I've ever done, Ian, and I've just started it last week. But I've always wanted a map picture hanging in my house. And when I saw this one, I just fell in love with all the color. And I decided I needed it. I am a new diamond art painter. I just found out about this, let's see, right around Christmas time. And I've done maybe, this is my fourth one that I've done. And I really like it. It's a very relaxing hobby. Crochet is relaxing in a different way than this is. And I can't really explain or define the difference. But I will say that crochet aggravates me a little bit sometimes. I love it. It's what I've been doing it my whole life. But there are times when I get super frustrated with it. This, I don't know how you could get frustrated with it, to be honest. I mean, you take this little dot and you put it right there. And that's all there is to it, you know? But for whatever reason, it's very, very peaceful thing to do. That one looked a little bit funny. Oh my goodness. Y'all, for all of you diamond painters out there, I found something on Amazon the other day that blew my mind, and I've got to order it. I can't do it right now because I'm busy spending all of my extra money on the garden. But as soon as the garden is put back together, you bet your sweet bippy I'm going to be buying this thing. Now let me tell you what it is. It's a battery operated little machine about this big, and it comes with one of these, and it has a cord attached to it, and it has just a tiny bit of suction, and it picks up your dots, and you don't need the goopy glue stuff. And it works. It works because I saw a video on it, and the lady was really impressed with it, so I decided I needed it. She said it makes it go so much faster because you don't have to stop and refill your putties, your goop. Um, and she also said that, you don't run out of suction. Just like when you start running out of the sticky stuff on here, you'll have to go back and retry to pick up the diamonds because they won't stick, and so you don't have to waste time with that. So I'm really excited. They're about $35 a piece, but I'm going to get one probably by the end of the month. Hopefully, most of the things in the garden will be finished by the end of the month. And I'm just going to take my chances with planting things. Most people can't even start their garden till after Easter. But where I live, it gets so hot so fast that I have to beat the heat. I usually start my tomatoes the first or second week of March. So, for all intents and purposes, I'm actually a week behind right now, just in planting tomatoes. Um, but I've decided just to go with it and see what happens, plant whatever I want. I'm not going to let the weather and the heat bother me. I'm going to try to protect my plants the best I can, and if it doesn't work, well, whoever lives wins. Whichever plants live get to be eaten. The ones that don't can be composted. I'm not going to get too upset about it, and I'm not going to get too fussy over it. I don't fuss too much over my garden anyway. Like, how do you expect me to come for you to see my face and send me back home? Thank you, Thrifty Crocheter. I appreciate that. Thanks for coming in tonight. You like the wand. I need one for sequins when I start making cards. Oh, that's a great idea. I told her it can't even leave my house. How do you think I can come and get an appointment? You do tapestry as a relaxing hobby, but the ones I do take from 6 months to two. Oh, Ian, that would not be relaxing for me. I really commend you for being able to stick with something for that long because, yeah, that's not something I could do. I like projects that take anywhere from 3 days to a couple of weeks. And when they start lasting longer than that, I want to move on to something else. And now that is a character flaw in me. I am not by any stretch trying to suggest that that's the way people ought to do things. Do y'all hear my dog over here tap dancing in her crate? I've got to get her nails clipped. But she's so ornery, she won't let people touch her feet. And it's really we have to have her sedated just to get her nails clipped. It would take me a couple of years to do that picture, let alone diamond art. Okay, okay. We're under a frost watch? Really? For Friday morning. The hummingbirds came to town yesterday. Next week, I'm going to try to work on my beds. It's time. Yeah, yeah. Aren't you in like zone 8B? You know, Poppy was up in Macomb today, and he said the place he was at got hit really hard by those tornadoes the other day. That's one of the reasons he was up there, was to repair some communications at one of the fire stations. Um, 8A or 8B. Yeah, I figured it was 8 something. Um, thank you, Ian. Um, I think you're in B, but I know Mississippi. Are you in the middle or way north? I thought you were closer to the middle of Mississippi. Because you know, I live right here on the coast. I can walk to the beach from my house. Um, and you know how far the interstate is from the coast, right? Well, right there at the interstate, it changes to 8B. I'm in 9, but right 20 minutes up the road, it changes to 8B. So really, I tell folks that I'm in zone 9, but sometimes it acts like an 8 and sometimes it acts like a 10, depending on what year it is, you know. Who we got? Lori, hi. Just finished with Camille's live. I'm working on my corner to corner that will look like your diamond painting. I can't wait to see that. So you're in the middle. I think you are 8A, just barely north of 20. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I think it is B. I think Oxford is A. It might even be 7B, but it's right on the line. My in laws moved from Long Beach to the pass north of I 10, totally changed their garden. Oh, I bet it did. I bet it did. Because, you know, they get colder up there north of the interstate. And they get frost more often than we do here. And they get more tornadoes. Because, you know, down here by the water, we don't get tornadoes unless there's a hurricane. They usually go right over us. I love the pass though. God, I love it over there. We almost bought a house over there when we first moved to Mississippi, but it had just been eaten up by Katrina, and the schools were, I believe, still in trailers, and they were building the new school, and I was always very interested in music, and so was a lot of my other kids. So, one of the questions I asked folks when I would talk to them is, which city around here has the best music program? Everybody said Long Beach. Everybody. When does Bucky's open? Oh gosh. Well, I don't know, but I know they're almost finished building it. So it can't be too much longer. I can't wait till they open. I told Poppy he ought to go get a job there. It'd probably be a lot easier than what he's doing now. On his, he's got ankylosing spondylitis, so it would be easier on his body if he could go over there and manage some people. Now, would it be easier on his mental health? Probably not. Poppy doesn't play well with others. I wish they had one Northern Indiana just so I can see what everyone's talking about. I know they pay good. I know they do. That's why I told him he should go try it. Because he could be a manager. He's done that kind of work. When he was in the military, he did some of that kind of work. Inventory and, being accountable for a whole bunch of money and that kind of stuff. When he was on limited duty from his hip replacement, they put him in charge of, he was the treasurer for the whole squadron. And he was in charge of the convenience store. So, I mean, he knows how to do that kind of stuff. Who knows? We'll see what happens. And I know they seem to have pretty good insurance benefits too. I said this before and I'm going to say it again. Wish you were down there. Down where? They do pay good. Man, I tell you what. I wish Poppy did make what they make at Buc-ee's. I mean, we're good. We can pay our bills. We have a little bit left over. We're happy. But, woo, that would be a really great boost in pay. Who's going crazy, me or the dog? Izzy, maybe both of you, honey. I mean, I know you're frustrated, and when you get frustrated, let me teach you something that somebody once told me a long time ago when I needed to hear it. They said, don't ever make decisions when you're feeling emotional. And that has been one of the best pieces of advice that I've ever gotten in my entire life. Because when you can't think clearly because you're being emotional or you're depressed or you're not in your right frame of mind, how in the world can you expect yourself to be able to make a good decision, right? Now, that doctor may really believe that going up higher in your medication is bad for you. Not only that, one thing I was going to say is you could call her back and say, hey, I understand that you don't want to increase my meds, but maybe you could add something to it that would help it along because you're not getting any relief from it. You know what I mean? And that is I think that's a perfectly reasonable thing to ask your doctor. I know she said she didn't want to change your medication right yet, but there's no reason why she can't add something to it. Oh, I wish I was too, DJ. What's going on down there? You think I need to have it come undone on somebody down there? Do I need to get after somebody? Pull out my switch? True. My doctor is literally the one who told me that I needed to take off work for 2 weeks and meet back up. Do you have my chart so you can contact it? Yeah. Some I don't know what your doctor's office calls, but a lot of them have apps where you can communicate. If you don't stop that, thank you. Don't do that. Um, what was I saying? Oh, the apps that you can use to communicate with your doctors. What is ours called, Violet?
My option.
My Auctioner. Um, and it's an app where my daughter can send a message to her doctor or request an appointment or get test results, um, whether it's blood tests or x-rays or anything like that. So do you have anything like that? No, you don't have my chart. I get that, doggy life. I do. I get it, Izzy. And there's other things they can do for you. You don't just have to settle for one thing. What? You are burnt.
Asymmetrically.
I know. That's okay. It happens that way.
Literally only burnt on one side.
So my daughter went to the beach today, and now she's surprised that she's a little bit
I didn't go
tan.
to the beach. I literally just ate at a restaurant.
Oh, that's
outside.
right. Never mind. I lied. She ate at a restaurant out on the patio without any sunscreen on. She put it on her face, but she forgot her shoulders. And she was wearing this skimpy little tube top thing. You did look cute. I'm not saying that's a bad thing, Miss Mermaid Hair. I'm going to need you to get that popcorn and then get out of Dodge, okay? Because you're messing with my alone time.
At least I look good with the sunburn.
You look amazing with a sunburn, sweetheart. But you look amazing without one, too. You do. I know I've showed y'all pictures of my beautiful little red-headed baby girl. Um, do you my auctioneer is what we have. Used to be, oh yeah, it did used to be my chart, didn't it?
Yeah.
And I don't know what Memorial's got, but I won't go to Memorial again. I wouldn't take my dog to Memorial. Okay, in Memorial's defense, they did save my life when I had my heart attack. But I just don't like I don't like the initial contact. It is not near as efficient or as customer centered as Auctioneer is. Yes, the mental health provider is who I have been talking to. You missed the coast, huh? I really like living here a lot. Um, and I really hope that one day my kids, especially the young, there's not a lot for young people to do here. Um, and I've always encouraged them that when they grow up that they should leave and go live their life and experience things other than the coast. They saved my father-in-law when he had his heart attack. He drove himself to the ER. Oh my goodness. Well, I called 911, but they took really good care of me, and I absolutely hit the jackpot with the doctor on call. No, I don't. No, I wouldn't miss hurricane season either. In fact, I wish we could move out of town for hurricane season. And we might one day. Once Poppy retires and we don't have to be here, we will probably go somewhere else for hurricane season. I don't know if it's going to be in a camper or maybe in a little vacation cabin or something somewhere else. But we're hoping to be able to do that anyhow. We're trying to make arrangements now so that that can happen one day. Because we really also not only do we want to not only do we want to escape hurricanes, but we really want to be able to escape the heat in the summer. You know how the snowbirds do when they come down here for the winter to escape the snow and then they go back up in the summertime? Well, me and Poppy want to be reverse snowbirds. We want to be southerners that go invade the north for once. Here it's like that here, Bone Tired, especially well, the restaurants, Violet's restaurant stays open till 9. And there's another in our town. Anything that's on Jeff Davis, the main road in town, it'll stay up until 9 during the week. And then on the weekend, there's a bar that stays open until midnight. And her restaurant stays open, I believe, until 10. But for the most part, everything else, they roll the sidewalks up early enough. Our pharmacy closes at 6. And, Walgreens stays open later. But you know what? I called today to try to switch all of our medicine from Walgreens to the more local pharmacy, little small town pharmacy. And they don't take my insurance yet. I was so upset. Hey, Scully, you're about to go for your walk. Thank you so much. Hey, how are you feeling, dear? I sure hope you're feeling better. I know you've been struggling the last couple of weeks. I think Mardi Gras did you in, didn't it? Not in remission yet. I'm so sorry. I know I really enjoyed that St. Patrick's Day thing you did with the live stream in Ireland. That was really, really cool. Good Lord, where are you walking this time of night? You got a doctor's appointment coming up. What is that diet with rice and something else? I just heard about it. Is it the brat or help me out, Denise? I know you know what it is. You got to know what it is. Maybe you don't. I don't. It's for patients that have like IBS or to settle their stomach down. Heck, Scully probably knows what I'm talking about. Shoot. But I know one of the ingredients to that diet is rice, and they tell them to stay on it till their stomach squares up. I thought it was brat. Bananas, rice, apples, and toast. Yes. Thank you, Lori. Scully, if you haven't tried that brat diet, try it out. Maybe that'll kick you back into remission. Of course, a good round of antibiotics might help too. Let's see. Well, this doesn't seem to be going near as fast as it did last time, but that might just be my imagination. Are you on Linzess? Linzess. Bone Tired actually beat me to it by. Oh, okay, okay. Well, yeah, I get that, Scully. Yeah, Bone Tired's a nurse. I'm being checked for vascular issues soon. Might be related to. Oh, it might. Oh, Scully, I'll be thinking about you. You know what? We need to get together because I got your beanies and I didn't email you like I was supposed to. And I'm sorry for that. You know, I just get so stinking sidetracked. But they're here and they're done. And I know it's getting a little late in the season to wear them, but you'll have them for next year for sure. And maybe you could even let Mrs. Scully wear one. Yeah, you can't do much. Yeah, yeah. I get that. I do. I do. Do you need me to I'll make you a hot pad or an ice pack for your tummy. That'll be useful, maybe. See, unfortunately, I don't have any experience with that, so I just my dad has diverticulitis and sometimes he has flare-ups. Um so I know how he, the problems that he has, but again, I know stomach issues can be quite the burden. Just from, my experience with him. I'll be back in a minute. I have to record a shot really. Okay. All right, Lori. All right. You take care, Scully. Thank you for coming in and thank you for playing the video. I appreciate it. You know what? For all you young folks out there, if we have any, getting old is not for sissies. I'm not even playing. Enjoy that youth while you've got it because I never realized how many aches and pains and issues come up after you turn 40. And now here I am almost 60. I'll never forget when I turned 40. I was talking to my stepmother and I was telling her about how my back hurt so bad in the mornings when I got up and I had to kind of walk it off, and start every day with Motrin, right? And she said, "Oh, you think it's bad now? Wait till you're 50." Well, when I turned 50, it wasn't so bad. I had bought a new mattress and I was feeling good, and Um, I thought I had overcome a lot of the aches and pains. But now that I'm 60, almost 60, I'll be 60 this year. But now that I'm pushing 60, y'all, my neck hurts, my shoulder hurts, my back hurts. I can't hardly put on my drawers without falling over. It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. I can't see well. Um, I can hear everything, but I sure can't see worth a darn. Um, oh, fiddlesticks. Come on, get back over there. Thank you. 30s were wonderful, weren't they? And I miss turning 42. Look, if I could pick one age to stay for the rest of my life, it would be 41. I don't know why. Maybe it's because those were some of the best times in my life. Was when I was 41. I mean, I was happy and content, and we had just had Violet, so we were just enchanted with her. And life was really good. Now, I'm not saying life isn't good now, because honestly, um, I think when you become older, maybe closer to a senior citizen, you start understanding that contentment is more important than I think just about anything else. And maybe that's just me. Maybe that's just my philosophy. But I'm happier now than I've really ever been. But I'm also extremely content. I'm satisfied with where I am in life. Um, I'm satisfied with the few accomplishments that I've been able to make over my life. Do I have regrets? Yeah, of course. I'm old. Of course, I have some regrets. Um, I wish I would have been a nicer parent when my oldest kids were younger. I wish that I hadn't made some of the mistakes I made. But I'm super content, and I have a good life. And I think a lot of times that individuals don't realize what they've got, and they don't know that they're happy when things are good. They don't know that things are good when they're good. And I attribute that more to young people. And it's not because they're dumb or anything, it's just because they haven't crossed into that phase of life yet. I mean, I know somebody who is constantly complaining about their husband and how she doesn't know if she wants to leave and she doesn't know if she wants to stay, and this minute she's in good shape and the next minute, and I'm like, girl, be quiet. You have a good husband. You just don't know it. He don't run around. He don't drink. He don't spend all their money. He works every day. He takes good care of their kids. I mean, I don't know what more she could ask for. I mean, of course, I don't live there either, so. And I mean, she relays some of the things that are lacking, but to me, they're they're not serious things. Not like, cheating or abuse or anything like that. It's just like doing the dishes, that kind of stuff. The share of housework, the share of yard work. And while I know that that can be frustrating, believe me, I've dealt with it too. Um, I don't think it's worth throwing away a commitment for. You know what I mean? I'm sorry. I'm gonna catch up on this chat here in a second. Michelle, did I acknowledge you? I sure hope I did because I did in my head. Your mom passed 2 months before you turned 40. Oh, tomorrow's the 15-year anniversary. I'm so sorry, Denise. And tonight I have the patient that, oh, ah. Can you trade with somebody? Good grief. Mm-mm-mm. You know, I lost my mother when I was 8 years old. And I'm almost grateful that I went through that as a young child. Even though, I guess maybe I don't realize how robbed I was of that relationship. But I grew up without it, so I don't really know. I mean, you never miss what you never had, right? Um, and I'm happy that I won't have to go through losing that relationship as a an adult. I think it would be harder. Because when you're a kid, you're more resilient. You don't think um, about the what could have beens, really. You just know what is. Or at least that's the way I did things. Um, I could be completely wrong. Other people might handle things differently. But when you're forced to confront that kind of reality, it changes your perspective a little bit in the long run. That patient is going home tomorrow, so chances are I won't have that room tomorrow night. Oh, thank goodness. That's good. I hope not. Used to it after 15 years, but I miss her, especially when I spend time with my grands. Yep. I think about that sometimes too, Denise, about what my mother missed by not knowing her grandchildren. Um, Thankfully, though, she doesn't know what she missed because she's not here. But I have two children who look very much like her. Now they don't know they do, but they do. My oldest daughter, sometimes when she turns her head a certain way, it takes my breath away. And this youngest one looks a lot like her too, except that the youngest one has the red hair. And my mother did not have red hair. Her hair was more like mine. Yeah. But again, I just wanted to stress that I'm very content in my life. And I kind of wish that for other folks too.
Where's your playlist taking you?
Because it took me a long time to get here
Or just into
to
daydream
the
mode while you're
content
stuck in
stage,
traffic? With over 4,000
Oh,
hotels
that's
nationwide,
a
Best Western is
stinking.
there to help you make the most of your getaway.
Let me get rid of that ad,
Wherever
y'all.
that is. Because
They're trying to sell me a credit card. They can forget that mess. I've got one, and that's all I need. pay that sucker off every month. And that's the way I like it. You're going to work. Okay, okay, Denise, you take care. Enjoy your evening, and I hope I'll see you soon. I'll be here for a little bit longer. I don't know how much. What time is it, y'all? Let's see. 10:39, that's it? Good grief. You know, Jackie quit her stream a little earlier than I was expecting tonight. And we had talked earlier today, and I told her that I would go on after she did, right? Because I'm not going to try to go live while she's live. That ain't right. Especially since we support each other's channels and stuff like that. So, and this was her night to start with. You know, I've never gone live on Wednesday nights. Now, I did last Wednesday night because she was not doing any live stream. So, I did do that. But that's the first time I'd ever gone live on a Wednesday night. So, I didn't feel like I should be the interloper. So, anyhow, we had that little agreement, and I thought she was going to stay live till 10 o'clock. So I was going to leave her live stream about 10 minutes ahead of time so I could get things ready, you know. Hey, God's Desire, how are you? Imagine meeting you again today here in my... Hey, look, I want to show y'all something. Where is it? Here it is. Okay, I gotta cover this up a little bit because I don't want to get stuck like I did earlier. God's Desire, you know what I did earlier? I wasn't paying attention, and I stuck my whole elbow in my bathrobe into the sticky stuff on my diamond painting, and I got stuck. That was when I first started my stream. I thought I was going to be so embarrassed. But let me tell you what I did today. I did some more seeds in the paper towels. And I had ordered these seeds maybe a year ago, maybe 6 months ago, something like that. And what these are micro tomatoes. This one's called Groovy Tunes, and it doesn't look like it in this picture, but it's a striped tomato. Little cherry tomato about that big. About that big. This one's called Pinocchio. This one's called Mini Bell. This is called Hochalos. And this one's called Vilma. Now, I ordered these because they only get 12 to 15 inches tall. And I was going to plant them in the wintertime. But I decided I put 3 seeds in each paper towel. And I'm going to germinate them. And whatever gives me a couple of little roots, I'm going to plant outside. And I'm not even going to put them in a cup. I'm not going to put them under lights. I'm going to put them straight into the ground and just let them grow and see what happens. But I'm real tickled with this. And then, let me show you what else I did. Let me get my stuff here. All this is my paper towels. This is my Korean melon that Mona sent me one around Thanksgiving time. So I tasted it, and then I took all the seeds out, and I saved them. So this is basil, and look, I don't know if you can tell or not, but that outer coating is already starting to soften because you can see the how it's kind of bleeding. Can you see that? This is my lipstick pepper right here. And this, y'all, this is the holy grail of tomatoes. And I don't know if that's backwards or not. Let's see, is it? I think it's going to be backwards. It's called Virginia Sweets. If you have not grown this tomato, find the seeds and grow it. It is about an 80-day tomato. So from the time you put it in the ground, 80 days later. But I'm telling you what, you will get 1.5 pounds tomatoes, sometimes 2 pounds. And it is so, oh, look, I can do it that way. Look. Can you read it now? Yeah, you can read it now. God's desire, you are going to love this tomato so much. So much. It is a mild, it's not as acidic, but it has such a wonderful old-fashioned, rich tomato flavor. I can't even tell you how good it is. I put probably too many seeds in there. I probably won't have enough room, so I'll have to give some of these plants away. But I'm going to take my chances with this. Good night, Judy. Thank you so much for coming in and visiting with us this evening. I appreciate you. Best tomato I've ever eaten in my whole life is right there. That's Virginia Sweet. The next best was Black Krim. That is my second favorite tomato of all time. And the rest of them are just tomatoes. Unless you get them grocery stores. If you get them in the grocery store, I don't know what they are. They're not ripe, and they're not worth eating. But what are you doing, son? I can hear you swallowing that milk all the way over here.
Steve.
Were you thirsty or something?
Yeah.
Go to bed, please.
I will.
Okay. Hey, since you're up, and before you go to bed, do me a favor. See that white cup over there in the cabinet? Would you put some ice in that cup and bring it to me? Because my tea glass doesn't have any tea in, ice in it. And I kind of need some. Y'all see my gimpy son. You're not, you got your, you don't have your brace on?
No.
Dear God. Never mind, son. Y'all give me 1 second. I'm going to come over here and get my ice.
I got it.
Get your crutch and go to bed. Y'all have no business walking around without your brace on.
You coming guys?
And jumping with a broken foot. Jeez.
I'm not jumping on the broken foot.
Good night, son. I love you. I'll be right there, y'all. Okay, now I'm back. Somebody is... No, he's not in the doghouse. I just... You know, it worries me so much. He thinks he's 10 feet tall and bulletproof, like they all do when they're that age. And he's hopping around here on his foot. And he's pretty... Was I being aggressive? I wasn't trying to, I promise. But I don't like it when he... If I tell him to do something like go to bed, okay, get out of the kitchen, get off your foot, blah, blah, blah. And then he wants to say something. So I cut him off and I said, good night. And he knew it was time to walk away. So, well, and let's be honest. Okay. So I told everybody in this house I'm going live as soon as Jackie's finished with her live. And I need y'all to get out of my hair because, YouTube is my thing and I don't have a private room in this house. Now, Ice Chips. And I figure since the kitchen is the place I stay most of the time anyway, then I should be able to sit here and do my thing on YouTube. I mean, it's not like it monopolizes my whole life. And it doesn't take away from my responsibilities to my family. Well, sometimes it's very difficult to get the alone time I need to do the things I want to do. And I try not to do anything before 9 o'clock because my responsibility to my family is up until 9 o'clock. I tell them all the time, I quit being mom at 9. You can have me back at 6 in the morning. Now, of course, if they're sick or, if they need me, that's a whole different story. But as a rule, on an everyday basis, I'm done at 9 o'clock. I get to be Charlotte instead of mom. Okay, I'm going to put these back in the bag. And I want to start on another color because this color is starting to bore me a little bit. Now, mind you, it'll probably be the same shade because maybe I should do the blue ones. I'll do that next. I'll do some of this here first. Okay, where's the V's? 22. Nope, that's 29. So that's 29 there. And this is 6. That's the F. And this is 31. Okay, we'll do that one. All right, kitty, don't get up here. Don't get up here. I love you, but don't get up here. Thank you. Can you imagine the cat just walking right through my sticky stuff here? The glue on this. Ugh. She would ruin it. Because there'd be cat hair in it. And then what would I do? Okay. Alrighty then. Okay. No. Scully said he was only going to walk about a mile. If that's the case, unless he decides to stop and talk to folks, he should be done in about 20 minutes, huh? Me and Scully live in the same town, but I'm not sure exactly where he lives. In fact, I don't vaguely know where he lives. And it's, we have Poppy ran into him one time at the high school. And he shook Poppy's hand and he said, "I'd know you anywhere." Bless his heart. And Poppy didn't have a clue who he was. until he told him he was Scully, you know, because he had heard me listening to Scully before, so he knew who he was. He had just never seen him before. And Scully called him Poppy. I think he did anyhow. I think I remember Wesley telling me that. But it's kind of cool, you know, to live near another YouTuber. And we've kind of, I don't know if he's been doing it longer than me, or if, I think he has, but not much longer. I don't believe. Because when I first come across his channel, I think we had about the same amount of subscribers. And man, he just took off. And now I think he's got over 5,000. Which is pretty darned amazing to me, because I'm not quite there yet. And you know, honestly, I really enjoy the community that I've built. It's amazing to me how many people have stuck with me through that 2 years of not being able to do YouTube as much, because you know, after 2 years, people have such short memories. But I can't tell you how many people would watch videos and leave comments and ask about me and stuff, and it's just very heartwarming. That's one thing I didn't expect when I started a YouTube channel, was I didn't expect to actually make friends with folks, you know, and kind of get to know. I mean, you don't really ever really know somebody you meet in this type of situation, but you feel like you do, and you worry about them, and you know, you celebrate with them, and you mourn with them when something bad happens. And I think it's really cool. We have a fellow YouTuber in Alabama, maybe 2-ish hours apart. Where do we meet up? New Orleans, Helen, Cozumel? We could meet up at the Island View Casino right here in Gulfport. Helen, Georgia sounds wonderful. I'm not a fan of New Orleans, but I'll go. I'll go for that. I'll have to go like it early in the morning and get me a hotel room, so we don't have to drive in all that nasty traffic. But we can time it just right. I mean, that's not anybody else's issue but my own, you know. That would be so much fun, Denise. We could have a blast over there. Go to Emerald's. Go to Arnaud's. We have talked about a Gulf Coast meetup. That would be so much fun. You know, the Island View Casino is pretty reasonable, as far as I know. Well, it used to be. I don't know if it still is. And I think it's one of the... Of course, there's the Silver Slipper over in Bay St. Louis, or Waveland. And they have a pretty darn... Is it the Slipper? I think the Slipper might be in D'Iberville. And then there's Hard Rock, but, you know, they don't have the best buffet. I think the one in Waveland has a really good buffet, and so does... there's one over right before the bridge that goes to Ocean Springs. And I forget the name of it, but it's the one that's on the barge still. They have an amazing buffet. I mean, and actually Harris has a pretty good buffet too. It's got crabs on it. It's really good. Me and Poppy went out over there and made pigs of ourselves one time. We ate so much crab, we were turning into crabs. And I'll tell you what, I don't eat a lot usually, but when it comes to crab legs, I can eat my weight in crab. Oh, did it used to be the most reasonable? I didn't know that. Okay, so the Silver Slippers in Bay St. Louis. Which one is the one in D'Iberville? I know there's one over there. Shoot. You can tell I get out a lot, can't you? I should know this. It would be really hard to do though, in October. Yeah, look for me. Thanks. October is cruising the coast, and then there's scraping the coast and jeeping the coast and the sound. Something the sound. With boats. There's a lot of things that go on in the summertime here. All the way through about November. And then we always have the parades, The Christmas parade is one of my favorites, though. It's called the Celebration Christmas Parade. And what the folks do is all the people who own boats in Long Beach, they decorate their boats and drive them through town all lit up, and it's so much fun. And then they have this little party in the park afterwards, and people dance, and they got music playing, and it's a lot of fun. I enjoy it a lot. You cruise in October? Yeah, off season definitely better. Yeah. Scarlet Pearl, that's it. I wanted to call it the red something, but I knew that wasn't correct. Scarlet Pearl. That one's newer. And I don't go to D'Iberville much because to me it's too crowded. But I mean, I would for a special occasion, like a meetup or a dinner or something like that. I'm just a homebody. I like to hang out in my safe spot. But I do love to eat. Webb's Web is a great resource for meetup. Oh, that's good to know, Jane. Well, if y'all cruise in October, oh, you mean on the ships? Okay, gotcha. Denise, what happens when there's a hurricane in October? Do y'all just like go around it, or do you have to go through it? I don't think y'all, I wouldn't live through that. I would be scared right the heck out of my wits. You go around, or they stay out of the way of it. Huh. Well, I know those ships are on a really, really tight schedule. And it would be very difficult for them to maybe stay in port an extra day in order to, they would rather keep you at sea out of the way. Okay, okay. Instead of in port or in another port, something like that. Well, that makes sense too because, yeah, yeah. I think it's probably cheaper for the cruise line to float or, get out there and tool around than it is to pay all the port fees and that kind of stuff. I'm just thinking out loud, really, because I don't know what I'm talking about. I've never, ever, ever been on a cruise ship. One day I might. I just prefer to do, you know, it's probably crazy, but I would rather adventure like that after my kids are finished with school and I no longer have that kind of obligation. I hate leaving them alone. I just don't like doing it, and not at this stage of their lives. Especially my son. A 16-year-old left to his own devices is probably going to get in some kind of trouble. Then again, now I will say this. I think most of us here are Gen Xers. And we probably did more before we were 10 years old than this generation has done ever. Oh my goodness, am I froze up? It might be. Okay, it looks like it's still working. It might be my computer that's freezing up. Yeah, looks like it. Okay, thank you, Denise. I don't think the young people today are as brave as we were when it comes to some things. Now, Denise, you're in a situation where you get to see some of the brazenness of the young people today, being in a nursing capacity and the aftermath of bad decisions. And I just wonder, oof. Well, speaking of bad decisions, let me tell y'all what happened to one of my family members. She's not directly related to me. She is my brother's niece through his wife. So it's his wife's sister's child. I don't know if y'all heard about the teenage girls who were 16 and they didn't come home from a paddleboard excursion off the coast of Cedar Key, Florida. It does sound like the name of a good book, doesn't it? These two girls, her mama drove them to the beach with the paddleboard and said, have a good time. The wind was blowing about 30 knots that day. This was just 2 or 3 days ago. And apparently between the tide and the wind, they got pulled out to sea and they were found 14 miles from the pier that they left from. Thankfully, though, they were found alive. They had been on the water all night long on that paddleboard. And they ran aground on a deserted island out in the middle of nowhere. Out in the middle of nowhere, Gulf of Rougarou, Gulf of Mexico. I've renamed it the Gulf of Rougarou, just so you know. I figure if the president can rename it, I can too. Call it what I want to. And I figure since the hurricanes come from there, that's as good as any name for it. But anyhow, that's what happened to them. And you know, oddly enough, these girls apparently made some pretty good decisions while they were out there floating in the water, or they would not be here any longer. It's all over YouTube. Some of those, like JLR Investigates, it's on his channel, and it's on Facebook. It was on Good Morning America this morning. But they found him alive, and that is a blessing, because they just as easily could have been found or never found. That's right, Jane Doe, you sure did. Craziness. You know, my poor dad, because, you know, my dad knows this girl. They go to his house a lot. And he was up all night worrying about that poor child, just praying that they would be found and that they would be safe. And prayers were answered yesterday. You know, a lot of times those situations go south real quick, and it doesn't end up with a happy ending. So I just wonder if they know how lucky they are. But let me say this loud and clear. Had that been my child, she would not have been on a paddleboard in March on the Gulf of Mexico without an adult. Now, we might have all died, but at least she'd have been with her mama. You know, it doesn't take but a split second for things to go real bad real quick. It's amazing how that happens. You know, I think the reason I don't feel like I'm accomplishing much with this particular painting right now is because everything's kind of spread out so far. Because I really have put a lot of these drills in. This is what, my fourth tray? Fourth or fifth. And I'm not being skimpy with them when I pour them in there. I gotta get this bathrobe off of me. I'm about to spontaneously combust. There we go. That's interesting music. They've got birds or some kind of whistle. Sounds like birds in the background. I kind of like that. Did I tell y'all that I got 7 eggs from my 8 chickens today? I was very surprised, happily surprised. You know, they just started laying again last week. And they started off giving me 2 a day for like 3 solid days. And then I got 3. And then a couple days ago, I got 5. And I got 5 again yesterday. And today, I went out there and there were 7. And I was like, whoa, you overachieving ladies. So I gave them some extra treats. I went into the freezer here and I found some green beans, frozen green beans, and I let them have a whole bag full of green beans, and they were very, very grateful. They told me. And I had my coffee with them this morning. I tell folks all the time that me and my chickens have coffee together every morning. And we solve all the problems of the world. It's Bob Ross, Bob Charlotte Ross. Hey, Grumpus, how are you doing tonight? I don't mind you call me Bob. That's perfectly fine. You know, we used to have some twins that lived across the street from us. And Poppy called them the Bobs. In fact, he still calls them that. They don't live across the street from us anymore, but when he sees them, he'll say, hey, Bobs. Shoot, they're about to graduate high school now. They were little tiny girls when they lived across the street. Just got off Dash's live stream. Okay. Don't you got to work in the morning? Oh, well, shoot, it's not late. It just feels late to me. But I know it's not. I don't know why, but that just feels really loud. I think some of this songs on this royalty-free channel, the volume is different from song to song. Oh, fiddlesticks. So what was Dash doing over there tonight? I know it's not 3 a.m. yet. I know. Grumpus, you're not going to believe this, but I've been sleeping so good for like the past 2 or 3 weeks. And it's just so wonderful to be able to sleep. I've been going to bed about midnight and waking up at 6 with the kids. And then I might take an hour or so nap sometime around 10 o'clock in the morning. And I'm good for the rest of the day. It's really nice. Hey, by the way, Grumpus, a happy little diamond painting. I wanted to know if you're getting notifications for my videos. Because I've put up a couple of uploaded videos. And I didn't know if you had been able to watch them. Usually when you do, you leave a little bit of a comment of some sort. And so I wasn't sure. But then I thought, well, maybe he watched them at work. And you know how you get where you think you're going to do it later, but you don't. Dash played his latest video for us, and he fell asleep watching his own video. Good grief. Should I go watch it? He must have been super tired to do that. Or maybe he was a little bit hooted. You don't have to say nothing if he was. Now look, I know no notifications. You better, look, unsubscribe and then subscribe again and turn those notifications on. I've heard that kind of resets the action. Because I put out 2 uploads in the last week. And I know you're probably getting real tired of seeing my face. But I figured that you hadn't gotten the notification because I hadn't seen any indication that you had seen the videos. Hey, Grumpus, have you decided which one of those, are you going to plant the moonflowers or the beans? Because it's about that time, you know. I mean, hadn't y'all already hit about 90 degrees? I think that's what Mona told me. Her house was, they were close to 90. 89, I think she said the other day. I was a little taken aback because I thought your climate was more like ours over here. But I honestly believe, Grumpus, that y'all are hotter than we are. I've been watching your face on replay. I know. I told Jackie that tonight. I said, I bet he's so sick of looking at me. Stop. I don't need to be laughing so hard. I'm going to have to take a break if I do. Oh, goodness. Vicky gives me the side eye. Now, don't make Miss Vicky mad at both of us. At least not for no reason. You know, if you're gonna make her mad, give her a reason to be mad. Oh my goodness. I swear, you know what? I will never forget talking to her on the phone, Grumpus. And it hit me that she's about the most polite and sweet woman I've ever spoken to on the phone, because I was a complete stranger to her. And she was just so kind, and I know she was terrified when she called me. And I felt so bad for her. But she did it anyway. I don't know if I would have had the wherewithal to do that. Jane Doe's laughing with us. Don't you start that mess, Donna. Don't you do it. I don't know why I feel so hot now. I was freezing when I started this stupid live stream. Gosh. Who am I kidding? I know exactly why I'm hot. Old age. Your face playing on 3 computers, looking like CSI stalkers. Why in the world 3 computers? You are cracking me up. Remember that you know what I thought of when you said that was that show 'cause 4 makes your room hot. Remember that show Criminal Minds? I used to really like that show, but I had to stop watching it because it was just too. It messed with my mind so much, and I couldn't do it anymore, and I was really disappointed that I had to do that because it was a wonderful show. Um, but yeah, I couldn't watch it anymore. He is on one tonight. He's full of one-liners, isn't he? Good job, Grumpus. Good job. I hadn't gotten any notification. Oh my goodness, it's Marcel. Hey, Marcel. Welcome to my diamond painting live stream. Grumpus has called me Bob Charlotte Ross. I wish I had the talent of Mr. Bob. Oh, there's a mosquito. Mr. Bob Ross. This doesn't take talent at all. What it takes is patience. And I guess this might be my way of gaining patience. Vicky watches all the Criminal Minds and the replays, then complains she can't sleep. Look, I get that. I really do. But I had to stop myself. Especially the ones that involve children. Oh my Lord. They would keep me up. And not because, I mean, I didn't have nightmares or anything. I would think about those poor children that didn't really exist in the world. But you know, here's the thing. All those scenarios are quite possible and could happen. And everybody knows that. And I think that's why it was so effective as a series, is because all those things were so possible. Same thing happened to with Baywatch. Me with Baywatch. They kept you up all night. All those blondes in the bathing suits. I went out of town for 2 days and I left Bob Ross Marathon playing for my cats to keep them calm. Oh, that's a good idea, Marcel. I should play him for my cats and see if they'll stay somewhat calm. Shoot, Bob Ross could put me to sleep any day. My granny used to watch him religiously every weekend when he would come on TV. Because, you know, she was a painter and an art teacher for many, many years. And she really had a lot of respect for him as an artist. Now, was he a Monet? No. Or a Renoir, or, you know, all that. But the way he taught was just magical, really. And my granny really enjoyed it. Of course, she really enjoyed wrestling too. WWE. Dusty Rhodes was her favorite. Now we're talking years ago. Oh, yeah, he really could paint. Yes, 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 he could. There's something about him you just watch. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, he really could paint. He was a wonderful artist. Um, I don't doubt that one bit. Y'all, the more I mess with this goopy stuff for the pen, the more I want to just break down and buy that air pen. Because it gets annoying when you are running low on that goopy stuff. See, this is the goopy stuff. And you stick your pen in here. Oh, fiddlesticks. And what it does, this pen has a hole in the end of it, and that goopy stuff gets in that hole and helps you pick up your little tiny drills. That's what they're called. The diamonds are called drills. And but now there's a new pen out that has suction, and it's battery operated, and I'm buying one. I saw a documentary with his son, and they auctioned off his paintings sometimes. He made several originals of each painting. Some were made for practice before. Oh, that's fascinating. Excuse me, guys. I'm sorry. You can tell I've been out in the yard today. I'm congested and I'm coughing. Grumpus Marcel, we got all of the fence posts put up for the new garden. I got all of the fence posts stained. I don't know if YouTube will let me say this, but Poppy bought a stain for the fence post called Gunstock. And tomorrow I'm going to be painting the cattle panels black. And by the weekend, Lord willing and the creek don't rise, Granny's going to have a garden. I might not have the top cap or the gate completely finished. But for all intents and purposes, it will be a functioning garden. All the pretty stuff will happen later. But I am already behind in my planting. So I'm just going to have to take it one day at a time. I feel like I'm backpedaling as far as the gardening part goes. But look, some stuff will live and some stuff will not. So I'm glad to hear you're excited. Thank you. It's been a long time, hasn't it? I know here too, Grumpus, everything is covered. I think it's the oak trees around here. They're, is it the live oaks that put out the pollen this time of year? I think it is. Different oak trees put pollen out at different times. And they drop leaves at different times. But I think it's the live oaks. And of course, everything else. Pine trees and just everything. Thank you, Jane Doe. Yeah, pine. Pine is the worst for me. I can do the oak, but pine pollen, oh my gosh. That can get serious. when I first moved to Georgia from Florida. Now, mind you, we had pine trees in Florida. But, you know, Jacksonville is a big city, and there were less trees in Jacksonville than in the little town that I moved to in Georgia. That town was in the middle of a pine forest. And boy, I suffered. I suffered so much after I got there, just from the allergies alone. But man, I was happy to be there suffering, okay? I went outside to feed my outdoor cats and got a face full of dust and sand from a small. Ooh, yuck. Oh no. It's nice to have a little bit of gardening excitement back, though, honestly. Um, Ever since I, found all that damage, it really kind of dampened my interest a little bit because I just felt so defeated. And now I don't. I've bought, in the past week, I think let's see, 2, 4, 5, I've bought 6 new garden beds in the past week. And I need 2 more, but I can slow down a little bit now because okay, need is relative. The word need is relative. Do I want them? Yes. Do I absolutely have to have them? No. I've got enough grow bags and enough containers, including the now, hang on, I believe I have 9 beds now that we have to put together and place. In addition to all the containers and grow bags that I have. So, for all intents and purposes, I really don't need the other beds. I just want them. And I'll get them eventually. Will I get them next week? Probably not. Y'all, I ordered a dwarf nectarine tree from a place called Tai Tai Nursery in Georgia. And I'm very excited for that to come in. I just got my order confirmation today. So I don't know how long it'll be before it ships. But I'm super, super excited for that. I've been wanting a nectarine tree for a while now. And my persimmon trees, both of them have finally started budding out. I was really worried about one of them because it looked like it wasn't going to make it. It wasn't, even when the other tree had swollen buds on it and it was starting to come to life, the other one looked dead. And so what I did was I went and bought some Super Thrive, which is a nutrient, basically intense nutrients for the garden. And it has been known to bring back anything from the dead. So I bought some of that. And sure enough, within a couple of days, those buds started swelling up. And now the difference is, here's the interesting thing. The one that's almost fully leafed out now, it started leafing out from the top down. And this other one is starting to leaf out from the bottom up. Now, how crazy is that? Where am I? Right there. Okay, now I finally feel like I'm making some progress on this thing. I missed that one. Marcel, I know I already told everybody else in here, but I gotta tell you, my chickens started laying eggs like last week, and I was getting like 2 and 3 at a time, right? I went out there this afternoon, and I had 7 eggs in my egg basket. 7 out of 8 chickens. And these chickens are on their 3rd year. I'm absolutely blown away. I guess maybe it's what I get for having to put up with them freeloading chickens I had. For what? Almost 2 years I had those chickens and they didn't lay but maybe for 3 solid months of that whole time. I just told Vicky tonight I plan a garden cleanup day Saturday. I have some repotting to do. April 1st is getting close. I think you guys are in the clear though. If you're already getting to 80 degrees, what are the chances you're going to have frost? Of course, I could be wrong. My dad would tell me I'm wrong. But my experience would tell me I might be right. I think after this tray is used up, I'm going to probably end the live stream. I hate to do it, but I promised myself that I would not stay up past midnight, and I still have to do my dishes. So, because I don't like to go to bed with dirty dishes. I will in a pinch, but I'm not in a pinch tonight. Shoot, it doesn't take no time to load the dishwasher anyway. It was 79 today, and now we're under a frosted. Oh my goodness, Jane. Aren't you in Alabama? Yeah, of course. Yeah, you are. Frost advisory. Hey, Jane, how close to Montgomery are you? And y'all are for Friday morning. Well, the news said we were supposed to get rain tonight, but I haven't seen a drop yet. So maybe it's going to wait until, You know how the weathermen sometimes they can be off by, I don't know, anywhere from 6 to 18 hours. And sometimes they're completely wrong. But I tell people all the time, I would love to be a weatherman. That's the only job I know where you can get things wrong 50% of the time and still keep your job. But maybe I don't think we're supposed to get too cool. I'll look in a minute. You know what? Poppy did tell me that it's supposed to get down to 40 degrees one night. I will. Let me look. I'm going to do it right now. Oh my goodness. We're supposed to be 40 degrees Thursday night, 51 on Friday, storms on Monday, and we're under a red flag fire warning, whatever that means, from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. Central Daylight Time Thursday for critical fire weather conditions for southern and coastal Mississippi and much of southeast Louisiana. I'll be darned. Well, it's been really wet here so far. I mean, Gulfport's always setting itself on fire, but we always see the smoke from here. Just look north. Tonight it's supposed to be 49. But it's the winds. Because we're supposed to have winds from the northwest at 15 to 25 miles an hour. That's why. Well, that's what the winds were like the other day, too, after that crazy storm we had. Of course, we didn't get near as much of that storm as Bone Tire did or as Jane Doe did. Because I know y'all got a lot of crazy weather the other day. I was so grateful that we didn't get all of that. I mean, we got rain, but it was nothing like what you guys got. Grumpus, did your mama get back to Indiana okay, or is she staying with your brother till the weekend? I think you told me she was going to stay another week at his place. I am so thirsty, y'all. Oops. Oh, crapola. There. You know, it's a good thing that I asked Poppy to return the spray paint. You know, we were going to spray paint the cattle panels, but the wind was blowing so bad the other day, I told him to take it back and get a quart of paint and some rollers so that we could paint without wasting all the paint, you know, because if we'd have done it in that wind, it would have just blown it all away. We wouldn't have gotten the paint where it needed to go. Because I don't have a paint booth or anything like that, just a yard. So he did that, and he brought home a quart of paint. And with the wind being like it was the other day, on tomorrow, I'll still be able to paint and get those cattle panels ready to be installed the weekend. Tomorrow night is going to be a bust because of that band concert. I shouldn't complain. About the band concert because it's been a long time, you know, since we've been to one. But it does kind of put a wrinkle in my plans for tomorrow. Grumpus and Marcel don't know this, but my son dropped it on me tonight that there's a band concert tomorrow. And I'm like, why are you just now telling me this? But you know how kids are. They forget. You painted your cattle panels with a roller really fast and no overspray. That is good to know. Because I don't want the overspray and I do want it to go fast. Me and Poppy set them all up around the perimeter of the garden. And he even set them on wood blocks so that I wouldn't be painting the grass. And so they are out there ready for me to start first thing tomorrow. So I'm kind of excited about that. You know, I really like this music channel that but this is not my favorite video of theirs. Oh, he is. He is, Marcel. He's so happy to be back in the band. And they're going to D.C. in about 3 weeks. And I'm really hoping that his foot's better in that 3-week period, because if not, he's going to have a real struggle walking from 7th Street to 17th Street for the Cherry Blossom Parade. But it's going to be televised, so once I find out where it's going to be televised, I'll let y'all know. Now look, we lost our horn instructor a couple years ago. So don't be judging the horns, okay? Because they got enough judgment from me last time I heard them. It was at the Mardi Gras parade, and I was like, is that our band? Because I don't think it's ever sounded quite like it did that day. It's a shame we lost her. She was an amazing band director. But she went to be the band director at the community college and said that she loves it there. We see her at all of the band competitions. It is exciting, and he's going to be, you know, this will be really the first time he's been away on a trip like this by himself. for this long. Now, when he was in indoor, with when Violet was junior, and he was in like 7th grade, they went up to Oxford and spent the weekend up there. But he had his sister kind of looking after him. And this will be his first time, his first adventure off by himself. But he will still be on, quote, probation, a probationary period back at the high school. And I told him, I said, look, you need to remember that what you do in D.C., you might as well consider yourself being in the middle of that school building the whole time you're gone. Because they will make you follow all the school rules while you're there. I said, and if you get in trouble in D.C., you're going to be right back where you were. Because there is do not pass go, do not collect $200 during the probationary period. You go straight back to the alternative school if you mess up. But, I think he's got a new attitude, really. He's improved a lot. His grades have improved. His attitude's improved. I have really put a huge limit on the electronics. Oh, Marcel, they are driving. They're taking a charter bus. They were going to fly. I'm not sure why the decision has changed. Maybe because all them planes were falling out of the air. I don't know. But every year that they go on a trip of any sort, the plan changes 45 times before the final decision. And some of the things that they're going to do will be cut short or non-existent because of the fact that they are going to have to use some of that time for driving instead of flying. It is a crazy time for aviation, but it seems like aviation problems happen in threes. And then it'll go for a long time, you won't hear nothing. And then all of a sudden, 3 things will happen again. Okay. Okay, I'm going to keep going. Has anybody got a problem with me keeping going? Because if y'all are too bored, I will definitely put this away till next time. But I'm kind of on a roll here. Let's see. Oh dear. Okay, I did that. Now, 22. That's what I'm after. That's number 6. There she is. 22. Donnie, you need to go outside. You want to go outside? All right. Y'all heard her talk to me, right? How do the beads stay on the paper? Grumpus, the paper is sprayed with a glue. And it has this cellophane cover over it. And you pull it back, and however far you pull it back, it's sticky under there. In fact, when I first started my stream, I bent down like this to check on something on my phone. Oh, I know what I was doing. I was putting on the Do Not Disturb on my phone. And I got my entire bathrobe stuck to the piece of paper. Because, I wasn't paying attention. But all of this is sticky underneath this cellophane. And that's why I have this scissor here. Because it'll roll over and close up if I don't. Okay. But yeah, the glue's already there and everything. This is one thing I really like about this hobby is that everything you need to do this is included in every single diamond painting that you purchase. Now notice I said everything you need to do the painting. Anybody who wants to purchase one, though, I would highly recommend buying at least some Ziploc baggies. Doesn't matter how big or small they are. Just so you can keep them organized, because some paintings, you know, when I get in here, I'm going to be changing colors a lot. And having the baggies really helps, because the drills come in, let me show you. Basically, they're cellophane bags. Here, I'll show you this one. They're not Ziplocs at all. They're these plastic type bags, and you have to cut them open to pour the drills out. Well, how the heck are you going to pour it back in there? I mean, you'd have to tape it shut, and just, it's a pain in the fanny. So, the Ziploc baggies come in handy, and what I do is I just pour them in the baggie, and then I put the bag it came in there, because the bag it comes in has the identifying number on it. The number on the bottom is the number of the painting, and the number on the top is the number of the color you're using. No, Marcel, I started this one last Thursday night. And I got about, I don't know, about this much done Thursday night. I did a little bit over here tonight on the bottom. You can't even see that, can you? No. I did some of this here. Let's see. Keep going down. Right here. You still can't see it. Fiddlesticks. Okay, I'm kind of hemmed up here. Oh, for the love of Pete. I just knocked over a bottle of water. Down here, I did some of this, and then I started concentrating on all this up here. And I filled in a lot through the darker color I filled in tonight. I missed a few, like right here, but I'll get to it. I think this one is actually going to take me a really long time to finish. And I'm honestly not in a huge hurry at this point to finish it, because I've got so many other projects going on right now, between the garden and getting my blanket finished that I started 6 weeks ago. And this, it's a lot. So I'm just going to take my time. And this is my leisurely stuff I'm doing here. My crochet stuff, I like to get it done quickly. And this also, this hobby here really gives my hands and my shoulder a break from crocheting. Because when I crochet for too many days at a stretch, my my shoulder and my neck will start hurting something fierce. And once I start living on Motrin, I have to pull back a little bit and kind of regroup. So I like to do this when I'm regrouped or regrouping. I was thinking she sure's got a lot done. No, not yet. This thing is huge, Marcel. It's I forget what the box said. Let me look. Oh, is it here? Well, gosh, huh. Well, that's interesting. I kind of misplaced the box. Oh, well, it's really big. Let's see, if I had to guess, I'd say that's 2 feet right there, or close. And then it's about 3 feet long. So, like I said, it's going to take a really, really long time. Now, I'm going to do a live stream tomorrow night after Jackie's live. So, y'all let me know what you want me to do. Do you want me to crochet, or do you want me to do this diamond painting? Or would you like to see me clean my kitchen, or I don't know, make some soup? Whatever y'all want to do, see me do. Well, within reason, whatever you're staring at. You know what, Grumpus? That happens to me too when I'm doing this. I get so into it, I just can't seem to change the activity. It's really weird. It's like when you're driving and you're staring at the lines on the road. When Jackie first started doing her diamond painting online, I kid you not, I was watching her, and all of a sudden, I was waking myself up. I don't know if my head dropped or whatever, but I was like, holy Toledo, who'd have thunk that it was so relaxing to watch this stuff? But it is. It just is. You want, Grumpus, that's just evil. You do know that, right? Give the cats a bath. You know what's funny? Now that you mention that, my son gives his cat a bath about once a month, and that cat absolutely loves it. Now, these other ones probably would be World War III in there. But old Boots, the black and white cat, he absolutely adores it. When Murphy, he thinks it's a spa. And that's what Murphy calls it, his spa day. Tomorrow will be 2 weeks since Murphy got the boot for his foot, which means he should only have to wear it another week. But if his current mobility is any indication of his future progress, he might be in that boot another week or so, because he's not recovering as quickly as I thought he might. Of course, then again, the doctor said wait 3 weeks, so we're going to wait 3 weeks. His ankle and his foot are still shades of purple and green. And it's been actually almost 3 weeks. Sunday will be 3 weeks since he actually did the damage. Does the hair stick to his tongue? Oh, for the love of Pete! Jesus. Grumpus, you are definitely on a roll tonight. Goodness. Oh my gosh. I never would have thought of asking that question, Grumpus. Maybe because I'm tired. Maybe because I'm just dumb. You know what's crazy about this project here is it looks like a sea of the letter that I'm working on. I know you can't see it from where you're at, Grumpus. At least I don't think you can. But right now, I'm working on V's. And that's the symbol for this color. Okay? And I see a sea of them from here to here. And it seems like I will never, ever get to the end of that sea. But what's so crazy is before too much longer, I'll look and I'll think, well, wow, there's not that many V's left. Now, mind you, this color combination here that I'm working on is consistent throughout the whole 3 feet. It is the background. So there's going to be a lot of V's and I's. The next symbol is I's that I'll have to do. And that is a very pale, either tan, beige, creamy white color. What is that? Is that? Okay. Comedy provided by Shecky on Fire. That's great, Jane. Y'all are both doing good tonight. Hey, Grumpus, do you know how to set up Nightbot? I don't want Nightbot coming up all the time on my channel like it does on some people's channels. But there's a couple of little things I would like to do with Nightbot. And I've got to find somebody to help me figure that out. I wonder if DJ could do it. Or Tom. Or Grumpus. You know, I never have wanted to be a bandwagoner. And there was a time when everybody was trying to get me to put Nightbot on my channel. And I was like, nah, I'm not sure I like that thing. But recently I have found that there are more uses for it than just letting people drop their link. And there are a couple of uses that are really fun and cute and practical, like weather in your area, that kind of stuff. And I would like to do a couple of those things, just a couple. Nope, but I should look into it for us. I believe you should, Grumpus, because I think that you could explain that very well. And maybe you could use that on your live this Saturday night. I will be yielding the floor to you, and you can take your rightful turn in the chair of live stream greatness. I actually got pretty good views last week. I mean, on that one particular live stream. I was really surprised. Mona came up with me, and we had a really fun conversation, you know, mostly about gardening and goofy girl stuff. But it was fun. We had a great time. Okay, I don't need no advertisements. Go on. Oh, it's not going to give me any good. You know, if I wasn't using my phone, I would show y'all the funniest picture of my Grand Millie. She lost her tooth tonight. Now, mind you, this tooth has been stuck. You watched half the replay today. Y'all done great. Thank you, Grumpus. Thank you. You tried to join last Saturday, but we didn't get in till after midnight. That is perfectly okay. I was expecting you to be, you know, spending time with your brother and your mom. You didn't need to be hanging out on YouTube with us. Oh, come on. Yeah, I think we had a really good time, Jane. I was going to say something. I forgot what it was. Oh, I know what I was going to say. If y'all don't mind, sit here and listen to the music and look at the pretty scenery for a minute. And I'm going to run to the ladies' room. And I'll be right back. kind of hurt. I flopped down in that chair like I was Foodie Beauty. Um, guess what I did last week? This week, excuse me. I never do this, y'all. I never do this. But I bought myself almost a completely new wardrobe. I got a pair of jeans and two skirts and about 5 different shirts because I needed a refresh. I have not bought myself clothes. Now, I've bought very casual, loungy type clothes, like, just hang out at the house kind of clothes. But these are clothes I can wear and feel really put together in. I even bought 2 new pairs of shoes. I decided that I was tired of looking like a frumpy old lady. And y'all, I have said for the last few years, Smokey asleep next to me as usual. Grumpus, you played Jeopardy in your head while I went to the potty. So I'm thinking about, oh gosh, I can't believe I'm even thinking about this. Because I've always really liked having my gray hairs. I feel like they are well earned and I'm not ashamed of them and blah, 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 right? And I always wanted to be one of those ladies who kind of grew old gracefully and didn't complain and all that stuff. You know what I mean? I didn't feel like I was that. Maybe it was the whole vanity. I didn't feel like I was that vain and not that it's a bad thing to be vain in some respects, you know. You want to look the way you want to look, right? But recently I've been considering trying to color my hair back to its original color. And, just in the past, I'm going to say, well, my hair's a lot more gray now than when I started YouTube 5 years ago. Almost 6 now. And I would just like for it to be a little more brown than it is now. What do y'all think? What would you do? And Grumpus, I know what you would do. YouTube will do that to you. Good thing we're not the president, right? Seems like all them presidents, they get gray real quick. I don't know. I don't know if I want to do it or not. It's something I've been considering lately, and I don't know how I feel about it. First of all, one of the things that I did consider is that honestly it would be very expensive to maintain now that my hair is very gray in the very top. And since it is so gray in the top and my hair is long, of course that flows down over the darker spots. So I thought, well, let's see if we can't get some low lights and just cover half of it. But gray hair doesn't really love to hold on to color either. So I would be getting it done more than your average bear. And I'm just not sure I want to make that much of an investment, and I use that term loosely, into my the appearance of my hair. I would rather get my toes done or save money to get an eye lift or does anybody understand what I'm saying here? I know we're all about the same age. You've been feeling a bit gray yourself till I saw my little brother's white hair this weekend. Feeling better now. So your little brother is grayer than you are or whiter than you are? Because your hair's, well, it's kind of salt and pepper, isn't it? Your beard is white, but your hairs are not quite. Yeah, they're more salt and pepper, I think. Well, what's so frustrating for me is that since the gray is starting in the top of my head, it seems to be dominating, and you can't really see the. Well, you can see the brown underneath, but it's not as prominent as it once was. And I guess that's just going to be the way life goes from here on out. I mean, I'm not going to get any younger, obviously. I don't know. Maybe I'll try it. And if it gets too annoying, just, let it go back to gray. Maybe I'll try it. And when I stop doing it, my hair will all be gray and I'll be really happy with it. Because I think that's what's going on right now is I'm stuck in between. And I'm not sure exactly what color my hair is anymore. And also, it is, I don't know if anybody else has ever had this problem. I'm sure you have if you've got gray hairs. But it's not as manageable as it once was. And I'm getting really frustrated because I like to wear my hair up a lot. And y'all know that. And now that it's starting to turn gray at my temples, the hair texture has changed. So when I put my hair up, I've got these weird curly fuzzies that poke out over my ears, and I despise them. And I like for my hair to look smooth and well kept, and that fuzzy the fuzzy short, what it looks like short hairs above my ears, and it looks awful to me. And that's just to me. I mean, I'm not fishing, okay? I'm just telling you what I'm thinking. And it makes me feel uncomfortable because it doesn't look like I've brushed my hair when I just brushed it 12 minutes ago. And I think that adding color will make it more manageable. And I think ultimately that's my goal, is to be able to manage it a little bit better and make it behave. Scully, you're back. Let's see, not everyone has the skin coloring for gray hair. I think it's a personal decision and not based on age. Some look good in gray and some don't. Some look older, etc. That is a very good point, Jane. Go natural. Use all that hair money to buy a new smoker. Just my 1 cent. Adjusting for inflation. Grumpus, that is good advice. And I completely understand the financial conservatism that you are displaying right now. Because that's been my that's been a lot of my motivation all along, is not to spend all that money on my hair. Um, and Jane, I do feel like I look older with the gray hair because, I mean, honestly, let's be honest about it. I am. And I'm not trying to hide being older. Um, and honestly, I don't think the color looks bad. It's the texture that's bothering me so much. Wait one more decade and go full on blue. See, now that I'm down with that. You're on mute right now. Okay. Well, he can't hear me say okay if he's on mute. um and it is a personal decision. I'm just going to have to mull it over a little bit more. But the thought of going to the hairdresser every month and having them work on me really, and then giving up all my money to let them do it, really don't sit real good with me. But you know, you gotta choose your poison, I think, too. I guess I'll just mull it over a little longer. I mean, I'm not in a great big hurry. Hopefully, I'll get to live to see another day. And I'll be able to make a decision eventually. And then live long enough to enjoy my choice. Because then nobody promised tomorrow, right? Where am I? There. Well, would you look at that? I'm getting to the point in putting these V's down that it doesn't feel like it's a whole sea of them. It's just a little late now. And it really hasn't taken that long, has it? I hear some rumbling outside, and I don't know if it's the train or a helicopter at this point. But I wish it would stop. Definitely a helicopter. Which means it's either Life Flight or the military. think I pushed my light back a little bit when I knocked that um, water bottle over. Hmm. I don't know how these colors got mixed in here, but some of these are the wrong ones. Thank you, Jane. That's so nice. You're worth it if you decide to do it. Vicky changes her hair color all the time. I don't have to run around. I come home to something new every couple of months. Good grief, Grumpus. Jeez. Well, who knows? Poppy might like a new woman in his life. I'll have to ask him. You know, I haven't even discussed this with Poppy, but we've just been so focused on other things lately. And Poppy's been working out of town so much. Thankfully, he does not have to go back. He doesn't have to leave home in the near future anymore for the foreseeable future, put it that way. And I'm kind of relieved because there was a lot of stuff that was getting neglected around here. Like the yard and now I got a son with a broken foot who can't even, he's not supposed to be out there pushing a lawnmower and weed eating and stuff. And I don't mind weed eating, but I do not care for mowing. And even though we have a self-propelled lawnmower, that's just not something I enjoy doing at all. So that's what me and Poppy have always agreed, that I'll do the weed eating and he'll do the mowing. Now, once in a while, Poppy does do, like, we have some difficult spots around the chicken coop and up by the back fence where the gate is and stuff. And he does that part. But as far as my garden goes and all the things that I can see relative to my garden, I do all that. And I actually enjoy it. I don't enjoy them sore muscles the next day. But it's all part of the territory, I think. Hey, Grumpus, did you see the. Hey, Tina, how are you? Thanks for coming in tonight. You're up awfully late, aren't you? Of course, it might not be as late as I think it is. I keep thinking it's like 1 or 2 in the morning. Well, it is. I'll be darned. Um, it's almost 1 o'clock in the morning here. Um, what was I talking about? Shoot, I done forgot. Jane, what was I talking about? Oh, the weed eating. I wanted to tell Grumpus or ask him if he had seen the video where I was showing off my new weed eater. Because Grumpus, you got to get you one of these. It is a Toro 60-volt weed eating beast. And I love it. Now it's a little bit heavy. It's heavier than my Black & Decker 40 volt. But boy, I tell you what, it'll chew up a tiny tree in a New York minute. And I was so happy to get that thing. So if you want one, Lowe's has them. Just saying. And I can't imagine. I mean, I felt like Tim the Tool Man with that thing in my hands. I'm not even playing with you. It will do whatever you tell it to. And the great thing is it's got this little armrest thing on it where you can rest it all the way up to your elbow. You can rest your arm on it and kind of hug it close to your body and use your body more to guide it than just slinging it all over, you know. And I really like that feature on it. The battery's huge, and it does make it weigh quite a lot. But it's so worth it to me. And anybody else who might be interested in updating their weed eater, I highly, highly recommend. We've always had good luck with Toro products. That's the only kind of lawnmower we've ever bought. And we've been married 24 years. And we've had to buy 2 lawnmowers, and that's it. One when we first bought our first house back in 2001. And then again, right before we move here. Well, it is a little bit of money, but it's not how many dollar signs? It's not $5 worth. I mean, maybe 3. I would give it $3. It's medium cost. And I won't use Roundup. Because, I've got the vegetables out there. And no way. I'm not going to have any chance of consuming even a tiny mist of Roundup. I'm enjoying that weed eater, I'm telling you. Now, I was going to buy the DeWalt because I didn't know that Toro made one, first of all, the 60 volt. And the only one I had ever seen was at Tractor Supply. And it was the DeWalt. And then they had another brand that I didn't know at Tractor Supply that also was the 60 volt. And I told Poppy, now the DeWalt was no joke. For her birthday, Grumpus, are you trying? Are you going to try her like that? Really? I remember one Christmas, my ex-husband bought me 2 vacuum cleaners for Christmas, one for the car and one for the house. Notice I said my ex-husband. I was so mad that year. Oh my gosh. I was too young for vacuum cleaners for Christmas. And he said, but you said you needed one. Yeah, I did. Why didn't you just go buy it when I told you I needed it? Ah. Of course, I am guilty of buying Poppy a pole saw for Father's Day. I am guilty of it. And then I said, hey, why don't you go out there and try it out? You know, just to make sure it works good. He ended up trimming every tree in the yard. Oh, God, that was funny. He still jokes on me about that. And I still laugh because that was so intentional of me to do, because those trees needed trimming something fierce. It worked. It worked. Oh, goodness. Okay, I need more of these. Is it 22? Yes. 22. Let's see. So, y'all, my dog almost got one of my chickens today. And he wasn't trying to be malicious. I'll tell you what happened. I opened the door to the chicken coop, and the chickens like to, okay, there's some dollar weed growing right underneath where the door is. And they like, every time I open the door, to stick their little heads out and chew on that dollar weed until I shut the door. Well, they were doing that, and I was trying to move one out of the way, and it ran from me and ran outside of the coop. Well, when it saw the dog, it panicked and tried to start flying. Well, you know, chickens don't fly very well. And when he saw those wings flapping, he thought it was a toy, and he went after it and went to put his mouth around it, and I hollered no real loud at him, and he turned around and quit immediately. And so he knew he had done something he wasn't supposed to, but he didn't know it till that moment in time, because he thought that the chicken wanted to play with him. But I was very relieved that the chicken was uninjured, and it went right back in. See, usually when they come out of the coop, they want to go explore and hang around. You know, they're hard to catch, and I've got to bribe them with food to get them back in there. And not this time. That chicken said, oh no, I'm going back home because this dog is crazy. So I was thankful for that too, because I did not want to run across my yard all afternoon chasing a chicken. And it was one of my good ones too. I mean, they're all good chickens, but this one is absolutely beautiful. It's a Jersey Giant, and she's so pretty. She's got the black wings that are so black that they've got that green iridescence to them, and she's just a beauty. And she's big, hence the name Jersey Giant. But I think we dodged one today. Now on. I'm going to make sure that the dog is in the house when I feed the chickens, because there's no sense in tempting fate and having a little mini disaster on our hands. Because I've already lost 3 chickens from the possums, and I don't need to lose any more. Next year, I'm probably going to get 4 more chickens next year and raise them up, because these will, at that point, they will have started getting older, and their supply of eggs is going to be decreasing tremendously within the next year. So it never hurts to have some backups, on hand. And then by the following spring, they will be of laying age, if not before spring. If I get them early enough in the year, they'll start laying around. If I get them in January, they'll probably start laying around April. Maybe June at the latest. So I'll get a few months out of production out of them before production lays off for the winter. So when you are finished, do you have to put a sealer or something over the whole thing? What keeps the beads from falling off? Is that paper that... Yes, the paper is that sticky, and also there is a sealer that you can put on it. In fact, you can use any sealer you want, but there is a specific sealer that is for diamond painting that you can buy. A lot of people just use a clear coat, polyacrylic type thing from Lowe's or Home Depot or Walmart. Usually a water-based. And then you can frame it or hang it or store it any way you want to in a portfolio or whatever. I plan to put this on the wall behind me where my truck sign is. That truck sign has served me well over the years, but it's time for it to find a new home. And I'm going to put this in its place. I need more color back there anyway, and I thought that this would foot the bill. Plus, Poppy and I are probably going to end up painting the house on the inside within the next few months. We really want to, so. And there's nothing stopping us. So we'll probably do that. There's a few things I want to do to the house. I want to buy a new refrigerator this year. I've been wanting one for a while, and this is the year. And I need to replace the front door. There's a lot of air gaps around the front door, and I really think that contributes to the noise level that I hear from the outside. Jane, the plan is to gift the weed eater. She will return it and buy what she wants. Saves me a trip to the mall. Marcel, you should have been here all along. Grumpus is on a roll. He's being hilarious tonight. Thank you for the entertainment, Grumpus. He's talking about giving Mrs. Grumpus a weed eater for her birthday. And that way he don't have to go to the mall when she returns it. She'll just go buy what she wants. Oh my goodness. But I like the way you think. That also puts whatever price you want to limit it to on it. It's a given she'll return it the same day. However, your fate is questionable. Jay, that's great. I think Mrs. Grumpus is probably pretty used to his antics by now. Let's see. Whew. Y'all, I'm starting to fade. And I hate that because I'm not done with these V's yet. I might have 15 minutes left in me, okay? See how much I can get done in 15 minutes. What time is it? Right this second. Let me see. 12:58. So we have until 1:10. I wish I had my Alexa. I know what I'll do. Okay, I set the timer on my stove so that I don't go over. I'm starting to get a little cross-eyed because I'm tired. And the V's are starting to be all double and stuff. And I already have double vision in my peripheral vision. And when it starts in my central vision, I know it's time to get some rest. Because that makes me feel like I'm drunk. Hey, Grumpus, did you see my poll that I posted on my community page? You should go vote in my poll because you'll get a kick out of it. I asked the question, how long do you think it'll take Gulf Coast Granny to finish the Granny Square blanket she's been working on for 6 weeks? Or something to that effect. And then I put 4 answers people could choose from. So I have a feeling I know what your answer will be. Because a lot of my new viewers do not know the history I have with one of those certain answers. But you and Marcel do. See, I'm being all cryptic now. That's so you'll get curious and go look. Mine sets timers for me all day long. Well, let me tell you about my Alexa, Marcel. My daughter has absconded with it, and it now lives in her room, and she even calls it her Alexa. So I've been thinking that I should probably buy myself another one and set it back here behind me. I've got a Google, what do they call it? The Google version of Alexa, whatever they call that. But that's in my room, and I honestly don't like the Google as much as I like the Alexa. Nope, you'll look now. Okay. Mine sets timer. Yeah, okay, I'm there. Caught up. Um, so I think it's time for me to buy another one. And I also need to buy another okay, well, I was going to get myself one of them smart TVs so that I could just use a channel changer and I wouldn't need a whole bunch of different things to fiddle with the TV, remotes and stuff. And then I got to thinking a new Fire Stick or a Roku would be a lot cheaper than buying a whole new TV. And you know me, I'm a little bit thrifty anyhow. So I think that's going to be my choice, is either to get a new Fire Stick or Roku or something like that, so that I can just stream on the TV. Now I use the Google Chromecast now, and that's okay. I can use it for Netflix or whatever I'm watching on my computer. It will cast to the TV. But I would rather have it in the TV instead of, because a lot of times I want to use my computer while I'm watching the TV, and I can't do that if I'm casting from my computer. Now, I can do that if I'm casting from my phone. Um, but that's a whole different thing. Marcel, you should go vote in my poll too. Oh, and Marcel, I took your advice today and I reposted one of my older videos. And I thought of you when I did it too, because it's the one you keep saying that you're going to try. Or that you've been wanting to try, excuse me. And I kind of recycled it and put it on my community tab as well. And I think I'm going to do that maybe 2 or 3 times a week for a while and see what happens. I really need to figure out how to do this YouTube thing. I am about to switch over to 2,200 subscribers, though. I'm kind of happy about that. Took a while, but here we are. I saw the poll when you posted it and already. Thank you, Jane. You're what I knew it, Grumpus. I knew you were waiting for the fireball. Lord, that seems like a lifetime ago, don't it? I think. Oh, I think I'm going to be able to do this. Maybe. I see people shaking their beads on these trays all the time. And theirs come out so pretty. And I'm always so afraid that I'm going to sling them everywhere and end up having to vacuum them up off the floor that I don't think I shaped mine the right way. And this one has a funnel on the end of it. So there's the added fear of them dropping out like that one did. I mean, it wouldn't be a big deal if a couple of them dropped out, but I sincerely don't want to lose all of my beads just because I'm being a little overzealous. I use Alexa all the time. Timers, weather, turn on lights, fans. Yeah, we do too. Well, we did before she took off with it. We loved it. And like I said, I just don't like the Google version of it near as much as I do the Alexa. But I will say that she even pays for the Google. I mean the music. What is it? Amazon Music. And I never did pay for that. So she gets to listen to whatever she wants to, I guess, on there. I'm not sure quite how it works, but she does. Now that she owns my Alexa. And believe it or not, she tries to steal some of my clothes too. Not steal, borrow without returning. I know you'll finish it in 5 days, but I voted for Fireball too. Actually, Marcel, I thought it was going to be 5 days, but it might be. It won't be more than 7. I know that. My first instinct, though, was never. Because I'm just getting tired of looking at it. But I know I just did the 4th row. So I've got, what is it? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I've got 7 more rows to put together. And I think once I get to that halfway point of putting the rows together, it's going to give me more steam. And I'll want to get it done. Right now, though, I keep avoiding it for whatever reason. It just feels like it's going to take forever to get it where I want it, as in finished. Well, thank you for voting in my poll. I appreciate it. I was real surprised when I went and checked on it because, usually I only get 1 or 2 likes on each of my community posts. So I don't really know how many people see it. So I thought I would do that little poll just to see if it kind of grabs some attention. And it did. I got, before you guys voted, I think I had 7 responses. Which was, it's not monumental, for goodness sakes, but I thought it was really interesting that there was a jump in the amount of people that kind of took some action. You have Alexa on the deck? Meat timers and stuff? Oh, wow. I would have never thought of that. But you know what? When me and Poppy get the grilling porch done, that might be a good thing for us to have. That might be a project for next year. But I'll tell you what, I'm real excited about that one. Okay. So close, but yet so far. I'm so glad Poppy don't have to. Poppy had to leave for work really early this morning. And I had to get up with the boy, make sure he took his medicine. I made him a steak and egg burrito, breakfast burrito for breakfast. And um, Poppy got a little jealous because he said I don't never make him steak and egg burritos, which is not true. Um, but I'm glad he's not going to do. He has to take Murphy to the doctor tomorrow, so I'm going to sleep in, and it's going to be glorious. At least until the dog starts barking. There's my 15-minute timer, y'all. Nope, that's the halfway point, I think. Oh no, it's 1 minute. 1 minute warning. Oh crap, now that's going to irritate me when it goes off. And I solved that problem. So I turned it off before it started beeping at me. Marcel, how much longer till your boy graduates? Do they go in May or do they walk in June? End of May. I can't believe it, but he's so red. Oh yeah, I'm sure of it. Um, they get that way, don't they? They're just so done. But now, is he going to do that certification thing that you were telling me about? The computer stuff? Or has he changed his mind? Got the senioritis big time. Yeah. Boy, I tell you what, I had it bad too. But I had other. I really didn't want to stop going to school. High school, I mean. I enjoyed going to high school. But I had other like family problems and stuff. I needed to get out of my house. So the day I graduated, I left home and never went back. And I was 17 years old. Now that I'm older, I kind of wish that I would have been a little more of a conformist. If I hadn't have had to make my own rules instead of follow everybody else's, I probably would have had a little bit easier life. You know, young adulthood anyway. Oh, good, good. You know, that's really a good plan, I think. Um, I'm so close to done with these V's, and I want to get them done before I get off of here because if I don't, I'll dread doing it tomorrow. I was thinking earlier that I should probably devote just a little more time to this particular project, or it's just going to drag out forever, and that's not good either. I don't want to get bored with it. I really love this picture, and I do want to see it through till the end and get it done. I don't want to get discouraged or, you know. And I am at risk of doing that. I know myself. If it starts to get a little overwhelming or feel like I'm never going to finish it, I'll get frustrated and quit. Not much to choose from. No music or theater. Pretty good, but it's a bit boring. Oh, yeah. No music or theater. They have a great art teacher. Okay. Okay. Well, that's good that they have something in the fine arts. You know, it's a shame they don't have music, though. I really think that's such a shame. Music has been a huge part of my life and four of my kids' lives growing up. And I'm not sure that I would have survived high school without it, honestly. Music gave me a voice when I didn't have any voice at all. So, there's that. And I know a couple of my kids that feel the same way about it. Oh, did I tell you that Violet has decided on a major finally? She's bounced around so much. And you know, they do that before they declare. Um, but she's decided on microbiology instead of all that other fancy stuff. I told her to do what she wants. I just hope she can get a job doing microbiology somewhere other than teaching. She don't want to be a teacher. She wants to work in a lab, looking at stuff under microscopes and figuring out what the heck it is. So she should be in pretty good shape if she has that kind of degree. Y'all be sure. Oh, thank you, Marcel. Yeah, hit the like button. If you're in here and you're watching and you're enjoying what you're seeing, and if you're not, tell me why in the comments. Tell me I'm a goofball, no silly old lady. I don't care. Marcel, have you heard any more from that one individual that we were discussing not long ago? Forgive me for being cryptic. because I have not. Well, I've learned a few things. Um, and I will, if you have some time tomorrow, I'll let you know about it. I thought they were interesting things. It's not anything monumental, but I just thought they were very interested. And when I heard it, I thought I got to tell Marcel about that. Blah blah blah. Okay, I have about 3 more of these to go. Maybe. I need my little ruler eyes. Okay. One more. Okay. Okay, maybe a little more than 3. Not many, though. You know, it seems like when I'm doing this stinking project, there's always one that you forget. Always. And then you got to go back and find it again. Or you come across it and you're like, hey, I just did that stupid color. Okay. Yes! Look, y'all, all I have left to do on this entire thing here from here back is the eyes in the middle here. Those are eyes, these symbols. And then they're kind of like triangles in a circle up here. And then I can move forward. So I am really stoked about that. I'm glad to have been able to accomplish. I had to block an IP address that was spamming my website. Oh no. Literally over. Oh, that's insane. That's absolutely insane. I had a friend who relayed to me that she had to block an address like that, but the individual was calling on Messenger at 3 in the morning, constantly, over blowing the phone up. So, there's that. And there's another more humorous tidbit I have to share later. However, I told said person your theory about folks like that. My college boyfriend majored in microbiology and he's a doctor now. Whoa! A doctor. See, now I tried to talk to her about going to medical school and becoming a rheumatologist because they're in such short supply, and she has a rheumatological condition, and it might interest her to help people with the same or similar condition. She had absolutely no interest. Oh, no kidding, Marcel. That didn't happen to me. And I don't know why. Said individual had my Gulf Coast Granny, but not my personal. Grumpus, you're a Grumpus says he's sorry, Marcel. He didn't mean to call you. Well, friends, family, onlookers of every size, shape, and personality. I'm getting dumb now. I'm tired. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. I want y'all to have a wonderful day tomorrow. And don't forget to hit the like button. And I will be back tomorrow night after Jackie's live stream, probably around 10 o'clock my Central Time. Please join me if you can. Take care, and I'll talk to y'all again real soon, all right? I forgot how to end it. Oh, crap. There's the button. Good night, y'all.